Good morning. Let me just check, make sure I've got my stream running. Yep. Good morning, welcome back. Today is the 5th of February 2026. I'm going to go through my pre-market prep today. As always, before we start, we'd like to see what news could and has moved the market. Coming in at 8:30, we had unemployment claims, which didn't do a great deal. Nothing really much happened. Pretty much back to where we were at 8:30. We do have job openings coming in at 10 a.m, so be wary of that. So I won't be in a trade. My rule is to not trade during news. So if I am in something, whether it's opening range, I'll be out by 10 a.m, or at least all my stops at break even. Natural gas, 10:30, and an FOMC member speaking at 10:50 says low volatility, just be wary. And then we have President Trump speaking today at 7 p.m. after market. So not a great deal. Tomorrow's Friday. We do have consumer sentiment. So 10 a.m. tomorrow, we have a little bit more news as well. So let's go back to today. Let's go straight on with the levels for today and where we are. So on my screen, we're looking at the S&P E-mini futures. As always, I like to start with a higher time frame just so we can see where we are. And we are sitting inside this weekly, daily, monthly range. Let's start off with the monthly. Look where we are. We are in this big monthly uptrend. So when you see the monthly, you think you have all this doom and gloom over the last few days. Markets crashing and people using the word crashing. But look at it on the monthly, we are still pretty much in that uptrend. So maybe there's a few cracks appearing, but we are pretty strong. So it's really hard to think about shorts at the moment, but we have been ranging for the last few months. As you can see there, the main bodies of the candles are right in that 68 area, 68, 69, 70,000 area. So it's a tough time. Look at, you got a little bit of volume shelf. You got a little bit of a volume shelf over that side as well. So, but we are, look how extended we are from the 50. You know, we do have natural pullbacks to the 50, a little, almost one there, one there, one there. So 2019, 2020, nothing then for a few years, and then back into 22, 23, 25, not 24 was a big push up. And then in 2025, pushed up with the pullback in April. And are we going to get one in 26? We are pretty extended. If you look and see how far this gap is from the 50 moving average, that gap is bigger than anything else in history right now. So if you go back to see how far we were away from the 50 moving average, that is the biggest gap we've had for a long time. Obviously, we've got the 200, we haven't been back down there for a long time. So just a quick, you know, we could just see some big moving months like that just to pull back. Notice how we take the staircase up and then we take the elevator down, or we take the window down, staircase up, elevator down. So staircase up, maybe the elevator down. So, you know, you just got to be wary. It's nice to see, plan ahead, just see where we are. Good morning, Mayo, and good morning, Sunny. I hope you're both well. Thank you for coming back. Let's drop down to the weekly and daily. Weekly, we're in this big sideways range. Not very exciting, really difficult to trade. Looking at volume as well. We kind of had increasing volume as we've been going sideways. Yeah, nothing really exciting. Increasing volume as price was going up as well. Still looks like it's in an uptrend, so bear that in mind. We're holding that area at the moment. Depends on how you want to draw it. You could draw it from here. Maybe that's our trend line. Is that our trend line? Maybe. That's our first crack of it, maybe. We don't know until we start taking out these pivot lows, and we've got to keep an eye on that. Major volume shelves, exactly where we are right now, 68.50 area. So big volume shelf to the left. The next one's not until we get back down, is this 68, 67, 6,700, and then we've got one at 67, 6,800, so some way off of that, but I'm just going to focus on the daily right now. But it's just good to see the overall picture. Daily, smack bang inside that range. We're inside yesterday's range just about, so we're going to treat today as an inside day, so look for scalps only. We are coming into the bottom of this range as well. Last time we were down there, we had a big bounce back up. And it's been a big area of confidence. Look to the left, massive big volume shelf. Point of control runs right through it. Happens to be where we are getting close to. So it's really tough. Like I said earlier, we're in this monthly, weekly, daily, well, definitely monthly and definitely weekly uptrend. Really hard to get short. And I'll get to why I have a slight short bias today. Really hard to get short when we're coming into these big daily point of control areas. And, we want to start taking out pivots before we start saying, I'm going to be looking short for anything. So that's where we are. If we were to look for potential bounce places, we're coming right into one right now. Big area confluence. The lows of mid-December and mid-January, this area here, 68.28. We can watch all the way down to 68,000. Obviously, you've got 6,900 above, and we have been holding that area for some time. It was originally the ceiling, then it became the floor, ignoring these last two candles there. And now we've broken the floor, and is it going to become the ceiling again? I don't know. So let's not ignore 6,900. Let's not ignore 6,800, and it's pretty close to a level we've got as well, and a volume shelf and this area confluence. So 67, 6,800, 67.80 to 6,800. That's an area to watch for a bounce. We can keep an eye on the lows of middle of January for the bounce as well, and then watch the 6,900. So let's find some levels today. That's longer term looking out. Looking at the hourly now, this is the area I like, 68.20 for a bounce. We came down there, we put in a double bottom, and then we had a big reaction to that. We do have a volume shelf down in that area as well, so we could see a bit of slowdown as we come and approaching that area. Notice where we are right now, right at the top of that volume shelf. Big area confluence, we had a fair value gap, and we saw a nice bounce off of that. If I'm looking for a bounce today, it's got to be 68.20 to 68.40. Maybe keep an eye on pre-market low. But this will be against this hourly trend. Not against the monthly or weekly, but against the hourly trend. So it's a tough time to trade as it is right now. If I'm looking for a rejection to go with the current trend, then that will have to be into yesterday's low, that area there. We might have already done that in the pre-market, but if we come back up into that zone, I'm going to be looking for a breakdown. So a break and retest of pre-market lows also on the cards, 68.50. Yeah, let's just keep an eye. This is the area I do like. If we get above that area, then the shorts are off until we get back up into this trend line area. 6,900, maybe X marks the spot. We have this downtrend line, 6,900, big area confluence. Not a great deal of volume there though, so just be wary of that. Confluence, bottoms of pivots, 6,900 psychological number. Been a key area over the last few weeks. We bounced, we kind of bounced from it yesterday as well, and then we're back in the pre-market bounce, and then we've lost it again. So I do like the rejection of 6,900. That's the area to watch today, and then that's it really. As for opening ranges, if the opening range sets up around 68.50, then I'll be wetting my lips for the short. I'll be looking for the breaking bar to have more volume. Didn't happen yesterday. I'll go into that in a minute. Looking for the breaking bar to have more volume as it breaks the opening range. And then ideally we want a nice small bar, less than half of the entire opening range. That's the ideal setup. Increased volume, less than half of the opening range. And so I just distracted for a second. And then I'm looking for increased volume on red candles as we break down, and decreasing volume on green candles as we pull back up. So that means we've got no commitment from the buyers, lots of commitment from the sellers. That's what I'm looking for. Break and retest a pre-market low. Opening range around that 68.50 as well will be perfect. Opening range long will be a tough one because we'll be back inside yesterday's range. It's got to be A plus only. So we really want to see increase in volume from buyers as we push up. And I won't take anything else unless it's not yesterday. I remained pretty strict despite the fact the market sold off. This is yesterday's opening range. The white bar, that's the opening range high. The white bar below, opening range low. It was pretty messy when the market started. I did take a scalp up here on on order flow. I did that live as well on YouTube on this stream, and that was a decent trade. And then I also took a scalp on NASDAQ coming back down for that area on my Top Step account, and then that, you know, that worked out pretty well as well. But they were scalps only because we were inside the previous day's range. But the opening range didn't happen. Look at this. So we had this opening range breakdown candle, this red candle here, but the volume was much lower, so that wasn't an entry. So that definitely wasn't. The next opening range breakdown candle, where it has to open above the opening range low and close below it, and it's that candle there. Technically, you could have taken that slightly higher volume, but it was right at the midpoint, just above the midpoint, so it wasn't really, so technically that's not a valid trade. I didn't take it anyway, and if I had, it would have stopped out. So you know, I'm only looking for A+ setups, and that wasn't really an A+ setup. On my trading view strategy, that didn't take it as well, and I'm pretty sure it's because of where the trend was. The trend line was there, so that was not a valid trade. So I'm only looking to take the opening range if it's with the trend, and we're smack bang on that down trailing trend line, so that wasn't a trade as well. That's the opening range low there, opening range high there. Could you have taken the break and retest? Maybe. There was a few opportunities you could have taken it on, and that would have been a nice trade, but I was done by that point. I only want to trade the first hour of the day, and I didn't want to hang around. I already had some good trades earlier, so I was okay with what I did, and that was basically it. NASDAQ, did that have an official one? No actual breakdown trade as well on NASDAQ. Breaking bar was that one on reduced volume, so not valid. Technically that's a breaking bar, and that was on slightly reduced volume than the green, although it was higher volume. You could have probably taken it because it's higher volume based on the candle size, but not A+ setup. The next breakdown candle, I only looked for the first two, and that was marginally more volume. Again, you probably could have taken it, and it would have been a stop. They all would have stopped out. All three would have been stopped had you not gone against, if you'd gone against the rules. So again, another reason why you stick strictly to your rules, because although there was slightly more volume and it wasn't great volume, each would have stopped out, and it would have been a disappointing day. I would have been 3 losses in a row on NASDAQ. And did I say that was an opening range? That was a trade, and it would have stopped out on that pullback there. So it would have been a stop out as well on ES had you not used the trend line. You want to be well below that trend line, or had you not used more volume rather than equal volume. You know, to me, that's marginally more volume, but nowhere near as much as a previous green candle. And, you know, you want to have more volume than green candles. That's why you take it from an A- to an A+ setup. So that's pretty much the reasons they weren't taken yesterday. Going back to the hourly, let's just quickly go through the rest of the other levels we looked at. I'm going to quickly flick to the order flow because some interesting stuff going on right now. Price is putting in lower lows and lower highs. Cumulative Delta is doing exactly the same, and it's looking, but Cumulative Delta has shown more aggressive selling, and price has not yet taken out that bottom pivot. Not a divergence. You know, you need to see a clear divergence, price going up like that, whereas Cumulative Delta coming down. But we want to see it follow. Normally price follows delta, and if that's the case, then maybe eventually we might see price take out those lows. So just keep an eye on that. No large orders. 66.10. We are miles away from that. Sorry, 66. I want to go at 68.10, and then 70.50. If we do break over the previous day's 2 days high, and that'll be around over 7,000. Then we've got some orders sitting up there, so just be wary of that. Again, nothing too exciting setting up on the order flow, as we can see. So I'm going to flick back, and we're going to go through the rest of the levels. We've got just under 15 minutes for market opens. SPY, look at this, all red today. You know, I know people are talking about crashing and it's just the end of the world and that. We just proven by looking at the monthly, we're right at the top of all-time highs. And one thing just to remember as well is the market it's these market structure as well. So we have market structure where we have the market pushes up and then it goes sideways, and either it pushes up again and goes sideways, or if it doesn't push up, market structure is, I work in stages 1, 2, 3, 4. So we've got stage 1 when we go sideways. Stage 2 is this stage here where we're putting in higher highs, higher lows, a trending stage. Stage 3 is when we go sideways. This is when it's really tough to trade, stage 1 and stage 3. Stage 4 is when it comes back and then it gets ready to repeat. Doesn't have to be like that. It can be like that, if that makes sense. So so right now we're looking like we're in a stage 3 market where we're going sideways, and the only outcomes I see from this is a push back down, or we continue to trade and we're just putting in a reaccumulation, accumulation. Make it up now. If you look at Wyckoff, then it's really interesting looking at Wyckoff. It gives you the market structure. It's a bit complicated. I like to just break it down into stages 1, 2, 3, 4, and repeat 1, 2, 3, 4. That's basically the market structure. That's what it does. And when you start looking at these market structures, you know where we are. We are currently sitting in that stage at the moment. That's how I see it. And we can then expect, we just talked about a pullback earlier on the monthly, back down to that 50 moving average. This could be that pullback we're watching. This is stage 4 here. But we can only trade what we can see, and while it's sitting in a stage 3, it's really tough to trade inside day after inside day, inside week, inside month. We just need to treat it differently to when we're trending. When we're trending like this, it's really, really easy. Really easy. A couple of days pullback, pushing up, but when we're going sideways, it's a totally different market. And even when we're pushing down, like we said earlier, the market generally goes up the stairs and then down the escalator, or out the window, I like to call it. So we need to treat it, all the market stages, totally different when we're sitting in it. So let's just go through some hourly levels on SPY right now. Zoom out. Okay, so we've got these lows down here at 675. Keep an eye on that. Big area of confidence here as well. 679, previous pivot, lots of confidence here, and a volume shelf. So this is a region to watch for. A bounce potentially is where we are right now. If we can break down through that area, get below 679, maybe look for the break retest short. Our next area is probably down at these pivots, a little bit of a volume shelf. If we're looking for a rejection, keep an eye on yesterday's high, 681.75, 682 area. Around that area as well, we have a volume shelf just above, coming into that zone there. Otherwise, if we pull all the way back up into that pre-market high area, we have a big volume node, a load volume zone there as well. So we may just push our way through that area quite easily. But then let's keep an eye on that 688 for the rejection. That's pretty much SPY. SPX I use as confirmation. I don't want to go long into confirmation if we're sitting below a level, or below a psychological number, or below the point of control. We are going to be opening up slightly lower than yesterday's, so we'll be opening up around about this point of control area by the looks of it, below here. So I do not want to be going long into that point of control if we are looking for longs later. And we are in that hourly downtrend as well, so we've got to go slightly with the hourly downtrend, but again, it's going to be a ranging day, even though outside yesterday's range, a ranging day. So I'm looking for quick profits, 1R, 2R, 3R, and then looking to move my stop to break even as quickly as I can. Nasdaq, I like this area here for the rejection. We talked about this yesterday and we rejected it nicely, but we had to wait a little bit. Look at this for a bear flag. We got pushed down, a perfect flag pattern, and then the breakdown. So that's not a bad pattern to look for. Again, we have something similar here, pull down. We kind of pulled back up a bit and then lost it yesterday. So I'm going to probably clean up some of these levels at some point. Let's do it now. Okay, nice clean slate. Keep an eye on this zone here. The reason for that, I don't know, we've already tapped into that fair value gap. So maybe keep an eye on 24,500, 24,600 area for potential bounce. We have tapped into, I didn't see that until I zoomed in. So maybe the second touch of that zone won't be as great. Okay, so there's the plan. So we know we've got this zone here. We know there's probably a little bit of volume sitting there. Can't really see it on this chart. We also know it's a psychological number, big fat round number, 25,000. It was a bounce area yesterday, but we didn't really get through it that easily. But let's watch it for a rejection back into 25,000 later. If we retest yesterday's low, let's look for the break and retest short as well. We've already broken it, so it's a retest. We're looking for decrease in volume from buyers coming into that zone. So I want to see decrease in volume on the volume, increase in volume when we start putting in some red candles on the retest. That's the confirmation I'm looking for. Target wise, keep an eye on that fair value gap, 24,600. Yeah, that's about it really. I can't really see anything else worth watching. Could we watch 25? Pre-market high area for potential rejection, maybe, but probably I prefer that zone. So 25,200, 25,100 rejection, the lows of yesterday or the lows of the previous day, which we've already tapped into on the rejection yesterday. Otherwise, I like the break and retest of yesterday's low short. I'm going with the hourly trend today. Not really looking for longs unless we can break out over this trend line, and we're quite far from that at the moment. QQQ, you generally want to trade with a trend anyway. QQQ, exactly the same. If we retest 600 on the dot, let's look for a break and retest. Decrease in volume coming into it, increase in volume coming out of it. That's all I'm looking for. Maybe if we get back up into this zone, 608, 609, 6010. Not a great deal of volume there, but we can watch it area for potential rejection to continue this downtrend. That's pretty much it. And again, no longs. If we do go for longs, it's going to be an opening range, and it will have to be only a scalp. I mean, a proper in and out quick scalp. I do like oil around this place here for both a bounce, and that's around 63, and also break and retest to lose this 200 moving average. We are below the 50. We haven't got below that 200 yet. We've been holding the 200 for a few days. We haven't lost the 200 for some time, kind of held it there, probably back down in early January. So let's see what happens. We are putting in that downtrend line as well. We could say we're in a bit of a flag pattern, maybe. Let's zoom out and see what we got. Are we looking at a flag? That flag pattern there, maybe. Not the best of patterns, but let's keep an eye on what we've got. Break of 63 short, watch it for a bounce. If we get back up into 65.50, watch that area for a rejection as well. Otherwise, we're smack bang in that range, so trade it carefully. Gold is down 2% today as well. Look at this. I do like the look at this as well. We had a head and shoulders pattern up here. Bit of a lopsided one, but did it really break? Broke and retest. You could say that's the neckline there, 5,200. And then we had an inverse head and shoulders pattern here. We broke it and retested it. And now we had this head and shoulders pattern there. We broke the neckline. We came back up, kind of retested it. We're still holding that downtrend. So for me, if we break below 48.22, which is pre-market low, I do like this area for the break and retest of that neckline area. Maybe that's already happened. That could have been the break and retest there. But let's see. Again, gold's pretty strong at the moment. If we are short under 48.22, 4,800 psychological number, 4,700, and then we've got this point of control, massive volume shelf. Those shoulder. Left and right shoulders there as well. 4,600 is a target. Let's zoom out a bit. If we're looking for a area confluence, volume shelf, Yeah, it's that area 4600. That's the area to watch for potential target and a bounce. Next volume shelf is, oh, that's really bad. It's not much of a volume shelf, but next volume shelf is there. Next volume shelf is there, 47. So there's a few areas we can watch, nothing major. That was a big sell-off. I wasn't around for that. That must have been when I was away last week. You know what? I'm not really properly taking it into account, but look at that. We talked about this a minute ago. Remember, we said up the stairs and then out of the window. Whee, smack. That's the effect we want to be involved with. That's where we want to find these quick shorts. That's why it's always good to know where the market could go. Keep an eye on 48.22 short. I'm not really looking for longs just yet, unless we can break pre-market high to continue. And that's pretty much it for gold. RTY, got 2 minutes before market opens. RTY, are we seeing the head, the left shoulder, the head, the right shoulder? The neckline is right on that point of control, massive volume shelf. We broke it, we came back in, we retested it with another little micro head and shoulders pattern, break and retest, and then we retested that point of control, 2650. If we get back up into that 2650 area, I like that for the rejection. Otherwise, break and retest a pre-market low, targeting yesterday's low. If we lose yesterday's low, we can watch out for break and retest short, or watch it also for a bounce. If we do come back up into that zone, let's look for a rejection up there as well, around yesterday's high area. YM, talk about ranging. You can clearly see the range here, that range there. Again, tough with smack bang in the middle of yesterday's range, smack bang in the middle of this daily and weekly range. Nothing really unless we get down into yesterday's low, and I like that for the bounce. Notice yesterday bounced inside that fair value gap, and then no shorts unless we can get into yesterday's high area, 49,750 area. Not really interested in going long into that point of control. Prefer the short down. And then Bitcoin, last but not least. Wow, let's go to Bitcoin US instead, because there was a big gap. I don't like seeing gaps on these charts. Bitcoin. Yeah, let's go back to that one because I've got it all marked up. Look at that, it's looking pretty weak. It's just gone through 70,000 as well, I just noticed. Okay, so here we are, 70,000. We're in a big down. We've been in a downtrend for time now on Bitcoin. If we pull back up into yesterday's high, pre-market high, we've already rejected it once. I do like that for the rejection. Excuse me. Otherwise, I do like the previous day's low as well for the rejection to continue this downtrend. No longs at the moment. I might be looking to add some more Bitcoin into my long term. Well, in fact, I have added a few back in, but probably want to watch this area. 70,000 is a big area to watch for a bit of an add tomorrow. I might do that now actually while we're down there. And this is what we want to look at. So this is the zone. If we're going to bounce, this is the zone we're going to bounce in. Tops of these pivots, tops of all these pivots here as well. And we're right smack bang in it. There's a level I've marked up as well, 71,000 on the daily. And we've plunged into below 70,000. So probably a good place to add here. We do have that trend line as well. And we do have that area there. So this is kind of the zone. So that's me anyway. You could also argue and say, well, I'm not adding just yet because I'm looking at this head and shoulders pattern, and then maybe it's going to break, retest, come back down. But if it bounces this point and then starts pushing up to the 150 mark, then you're only going to look back and say, damn it, why didn't I add there? So you don't have to add much. I use a company called Revolut, and that there's a link probably in the description. That every time I make a purchase, it adds a bit to my Bitcoin, rounds it up, and I can easily, within 2 clicks, add whatever I want into it as well. So that's how I top mine up. And that's the area. So we're smack bang in that area now, so keep an eye on that area. And that's it. I think the market's now open. Again, don't forget there's news, high volatility news coming in less than 27 minutes. That is, when I say it was job openings, so just be wary of that. Wonder if we get any good scalps on right now. So what I'm watching for is a retest of this yesterday's high, pre-market low as well. We've broken it already. Just put my levels into the Discord. I've got one watching now. Let's go back to my hourly. Sorry, bear with me. So I just put my levels in on the Discord. Right, so now let's have a look, see if we can find any good scalps. It does look like a scalp short actually. Reason for that, we had a lot of absorption up here, lack of buyers on the ask, only 5 there, only 9 there, and then we had a few more come in, but there was no follow through. We are coming back into that area now. I should zoom out a bit, but here we could have scalped when we saw the break and the retest of this aligned point of controls moving a bit quicker at the moment. 2 there. Yeah, probably could have got a couple of bars out of that. 1 contract here. That would have worked okay. Stop would have been just there, would have never hit the stop. Could have easily got 20 ticks out of that. And it probably would just come into that stop now. Had you not, that's the idea, that's why we call it a scalp. look at that. Could we have found the bounce? I'm not sure. Maybe. No. It's kind of against the trend as well. Nasdaq's bouncing as well. So we're back inside yesterday's range right now. So this is a break and retest of yesterday's low we were talking about. So let's have a look at the footprints. Okay, I like seeing the point of control up high at the top of a range potentially, but I'm not seeing lack of buyers. We've got 89, 61, 22, maybe down here. We're not seeing any accumulation as well. So I think, I was about to say, I think it's going to continue, but it has. When I see accumulation, you see lots and lots of big orders on both the bid and the ask. So you know that's kind of like a resistance area, and then you might see a rejection. There's no sign of it there. Here we go, got some big orders coming in now in the 100. Look at these. These are all in like 17s, 95, 25, 40, 22. Up here, 166, 219, 111. Still not big orders for the open. 4 there, 3 there. We got stacked buyers, but with no follow through. Next candle's a red candle. Negative deltas as well. Can I see a scalp short? No, not really. Cumulative delta is also green. Gets below that yesterday's. If it gets below yesterday's low, maybe a short. It's with the trend as well. It's pretty quick moving at the moment. We are putting in lower lows in the last few footprints. I meant lower highs, I meant. Nasdaq's putting in new highs, showing a little bit more relative strength. Remember, inside yesterday's range, inside the range is A++ setups only. You've got to be 100% confident. If you're not sure, don't take it. Here we go. One order, but point of control's right at the bottom of that candle, makes it hard. You want to see point of control near the top, you want to see resistance up there. But, okay. Nothing convincing yet. I did say watch for a 68.50 bounce. We could say it's bouncing that area. That's at this is yesterday's low. Also watch 68.30 if we get down there. What was significant at 68.50? I know I read it down a minute ago. Oh, volume shelf. Nasdaq's into the 15-minute VWAP. So that's the opening range in. Nothing too exciting at the moment. Have a look at the stream for Nasdaq. It looks like it's frozen. Hopefully, kicks back into life. Say, do you only trade on the 10 range chart? I've played with lots of different charts and trying to find the right amount of the right number which is not overwhelming. It's been proven difficult. For example, the 30 range on the Nasdaq is probably just about there because it moves so much. It's really hard trying. You could just get a load of numbers, which can be quite hard to decipher. If you're looking at the 2-minute chart, sometimes it can be a bit overwhelming as well. 10 range seems to be like the nice magic number on ES, that is. It's a matter of tweaking it. On the Nasdaq, on the I've got the 30 range on there, but I've got each tick level represented by I think it's 8 ticks per level, just to make it more readable. Otherwise it's almost impossible to read. But on my main stream, which I'm going to flick across to this stream, I have the 10 range and I have the 5-minute. You can see the difference between 10 range and 5-minute. You can't really read the numbers, but you can use it as a histogram. And this is the 30-minute bottom left corner. So it's a matter of just trying to find what works best for you. 10 range on the ES seems to be the one what gives you the most amount of information. Basically, it's 10 ticks per candle. Hopefully that makes sense. So no trades yet. It's tough at the moment. We put in the range. We've got the opening range at around that 68, 78. Potentially this is the opening range breaking candle, but we do have a major news event, high impact news event coming at 10 a.m. So just be wary if you're long or short at the moment. Opening range short is down here at 68.30, 68. 77 area is the opening range high, and the midpoint is at 68.55. So what we're looking at, increase in price, decline in volume at the moment. Can I see a scalp? It's difficult when it's inside yesterday's range as well. Could have scalped it a couple of times, but I was a bit slow to respond. Sometimes you see it immediately and you say that's the one. Sometimes you process it, it takes a while to process, and then it's too late. So we've rejected that opening range high. Notice the small candle, that small green candle, less volume. Again, no trades. Not feeling it today, I must say. Could we have seen a rejection here? 1 and 9 contracts on the ask. Yeah, maybe 7 there, 7 there. Potentially that was a rejection point. You see something happen? Probably not. Again, we do have lack of follow through from buyers here. 4, 3. We've got stacked in buying imbalances with no real follow through. Five minutes news, don't forget. News in 4 minutes. No trades for me until the news comes through, and that is job openings. Oh, I just got a message. Hey Paul, just bought Footprint Pro. Thank you. Yeah, is there a setup guide or YouTube video, please? MMQ. There's no real setup guide. It's really straightforward. I'm more than happy to guide you if you need help. In NinjaTrader, just go into import. I can message me on Discord as well. I can share my settings as well. I will tell you what, I will do a video. I'll make a video because it makes it a lot easier. Obviously, I've been staring at the code for the last year and a half, and I never thought about the setup guide. But the defaults, what I've got set up, works perfectly for ES. You need to tweak it for NQ to suit your style. So, for example, you need to use you can combine the tick levels on the footprint charts. It's just a matter of finding the footprint chart you prefer. For me, I just prefer the 10 range. That's what makes the most sense for me. And it doesn't move really fast, as you can see on my screen right now. It's not fast moving, but it can be, you know, when there's volatility like we're going to get in a few minutes. but also it gives you all of the spaces, all the places you want it to be in. Message me or email me through the website, actually, pbtrader.co.uk, and I can send you a link to the video, or send me any questions you want. I did take a quick scalp on NASDAQ earlier, just full disclosure, as we rejected at 25,000. I was looking at 25,000 coming in once it came back down through the VWAP. I don't use a VWAP, I just noticed it. And it's a speculative scalp. And I use my NASDAQ account for that, for NQ. And I use the footprint charts on my other stream, which I've got on my monitor in my top left corner there. That gives me the footprints for NASDAQ. And again, on that, I've got it set to 30 range, and I've got levels combined. But I'm still, even now I still tweak it, trying to find something that works best. It's really hard trying to find a good thing for really volatile stocks. Yeah, send me an email. So I just saw the comments. So far, 1 hour since buying it, loving it. Great job you have done. Oh, that's amazing. I really do appreciate that. So it's always good to get feedback. And the good thing about developing indicators as a trader, you're developing it as a trader. You know, you're developing it for what you want to see, not what a project manager. I used to be a software developer by trade, and I used to develop software based on what project managers think they wanted. So I'm just coming out of my NASDAQ, it's coming to a place where I wanted to. So it's looking weak, NASDAQ, a little weaker. Just yeah, so it's nice being a developer. I can develop how I think and have all the analysis and all of the chart analysis, the delta, all working together. All right, that's me done on NASDAQ. We've just got a couple of contracts left as a trail. True, the PMs and the BAs think they know, yeah, exactly what the customers want. Exactly. That's the reason I quit my job. Oh, I didn't quit it. I mean, I started my own computer repair business. I got so fed up of dealing with, you know, you come up with all the ideas and this is how it should be done. Project manager or the manager says, no, 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 you don't do it like that. Do it my way or no way. So do it their way. And then 6 months later, oh, it doesn't work. And then they go to the MD and say, well, I've got another idea. And the MD goes, oh, what a great idea. But what they don't say is the little lowly developer was the guy who came up with it. And that was 6 or 7 months ago. And it could have saved the company a lot of money. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, been there, I'd agree. So the moment I quit my job, this is like 20 years ago, I started my own computer repair IT business. I didn't look back. All the decisions were my decisions. If I screwed up, it's because of me and no one else. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't easy. I screwed up lots of times. We're coming into this opening range low now. Not the biggest fan of it because it straddles the midpoint. As you can see on my screen, the midpoint's that green bar. We do a slightly increase in volume as we were selling off, so that's a good sign. Not convincing volume, but slightly increasing. Let's see what happens next 2 minutes. So what we want to see, it does tick two of my favorite areas, pre-market low and opening range low. I like to see opening range up in this area. So if we can have a relatively low volume bar now, and then the next bar takes out the opening range short, low, then that might be a better range. But let's see what happens. Nothing on the footprints I can see, which is convincing enough. for me to take any trade as it is right now. The only ones I saw, the ones I called out earlier live, and I was too slow getting into them. I hesitated. I was watching NASDAQ on my other screen as well because I was just trying to find that sweet entry. I took a couple of stops getting into it. So I kind of was that's why I was a bit quiet, I was a little bit distracted while I was trying to find that entry. And I should have been talking out loud about it, but I did mention it's coming into the VWAP earlier, and that's the area I was watching. But it's not a strategy I use nor advertise. When I play NASDAQ on Top Step, I'm literally trading the 15-minute chart and I'm looking for momentum. And I'm watching the footprint charts and order flow for a change of direction. For example, I'm looking for aggressive sellers coming in. Like right now, we're seeing aggressive buyers coming into the NASDAQ. So I've just trailed my stop all the way down and I'm out. So, and that's what order flow and footprint charts are great for. You can see what's going on before it even happened. So I made $700 on NASDAQ, so that's not too bad. That's 2 days in a row. When you purchase the footprint thing, I'll tell you, you don't have any issues with buying it. The reason I ask is a few people last week had issues trying to buy it. So I just reset everything. I was away, so it's made it quite difficult trying to do stuff. I was away in Austria at the time, so I couldn't really log in. In fact, I tried logging in, but I think because I'm outside the country, it blocked me. Okay, so I'm looking at something interesting now. We've got increase in volume from selling, which is good. Opening range candle is exactly what I want to see. It's a smaller, at the moment it's a smaller candle. So it's now breaking the opening range. Let me just open up my opening range. Algo, this is what it looks like on my trading view. We had news has already come in, now it's gone. So this is the strategy I've built in TradingView. It's basically uses all my rules, looks for a breaking bar, and then looks for increased volume on that breaking bar as well. It has to be 5% or more volume than the previous candle. This doesn't take into the midpoint into account, which I'm going to add in next. And I'm just monitoring it. I just have both NASDAQ and ES running on it. And if I've left it running, let's have a look and see what it would have done. Strategy report. How about that? So if I just left it running for the last few months without me doing anything, total profit will be $1,000. That's using very minimal risk. Bit of drawdown. I found December is really tough. Beginning January, opening range is really tough. It's really hard doing the opening range when we're in a stage 3 market, where we're in a sideways market. So that's why I've been changing my strategies a little bit to scalping more. And I've not been a scalper ever, so I've struggled to scalp because I want to get into a trade and sit in it. I'll hold it as long as it takes, and that's my attitude. Set and forget, walk away. But the last few months, opening ranges and trying to get that follow through has been really tough. So I've had to knuckle down a bit, try and find a better scalping strategy. And what I'm doing on the footprint charts is perfect. You're watching for reversals, hourly areas, and then literally pinpointing the tops and bottoms. And you don't need it if you're scalping. I was trying to go for the home run plays all the time, but when I'm scalping, I'm literally looking to get 2 footprint bars, 2 10-range bars. That's 20 ticks. That's all I'm looking for. 10-tick risk, maximum 10 ticks risk, maybe 20 if it's a bigger move, but that's it. 10 ticks, and using footprints has literally helped me find those exact areas. And I'm watching for delta divergences. I'm looking for lack of interest from buyers or sellers, looking for hourly levels and continuation. But I found it difficult today trying to read it. I might be because I was a bit distracted with NASDAQ, but it's been a difficult read today. But look at that, we're sitting in this range, in this pre-market range. So what I want, we've got a minute to go. are we going to get an increase for a higher volume bar? You know, we had 1, 2, 3 bars in a row so far, red bars. Maybe we might want to, maybe want to rest for a bit. Sorry, I missed the comments. Not at all worked like a breeze. Perfect. Okay. Hopefully last week was just a glitch then. It might have been the coupon code I set up probably wasn't working very well. Thank you for letting me know. I generally don't trade, or I do sometimes when I'm scalping, I take the trade on the footprint, but I generally trade off of this top chart, which is my candlestick chart, only because I've got my buy buttons and everything all set up there. It makes it a lot easier. Occasionally, if I want to get in quickly and I don't want to think about it, I just take 5 contracts of ES as a scalp. And I'm generally only looking for the first 15 minutes, which has worked. I think I only had 1 loss this year, scalping, maybe 2 losses this year, scalping in the first 15 minutes. Again, looking for these rejection points, so just before the opening range just sets up. And I think my quickest was 90 seconds, $1,400. A couple of weeks I did that live as well. I think my longest was probably about 3 minutes. My muscles, I was away skiing in Austria at the weekend and my muscles are aching. I'm literally feeling it. Quite lucky here, and I'm right on the south coast of England. We can get cheap flights and it was relatively cheap over there as well, so it's quite nice. There is a divergence right now. Let me flick over to my order flow screen, which you can clearly see. Look at this. We've got aggressive selling coming in. We've got price putting in lower lows, lower highs. We've got aggressive buying coming in right now. So ES has just hit an alert, a bounce area as well. I'll have a look what that alert was for in a second. I always like to think cumulative delta or price follows cumulative delta. Cumulative delta is putting in higher highs. Price is kind of putting in lower lows, especially from this point onwards. But that last bar, by the way, wasn't a breaking bar, invalid. This is a breaking bar now. We're only half a minute into this a minute and a half into this 5 minute. We're already at least half the volume of the previous candle. So this could be a legitimate breaking candle setting up. So, and that's giving about trading on a 5 minute chart. Got loads of time to think about it. So let's just quickly look at the hourly. Let me flick over into my main screen. So just to show you the opening range setting up. This is the opening range low, 68.30 area. This is the breaking candle. Volume just needs to take out the previous candle's volume to show you there's commitment from sellers. So we'll keep an eye on that. We've got almost 3 minutes left. And it looks like it's going to be a breaking bar, but we'll find out in a minute. So let's just quickly go back to the hourly and just make sure it's an A+ setup. Is it an A+ setup? Not quite. We are in this area. 68.20, I said earlier, watch that area for a bounce. Let's see what happens. You might have to look to scalp. We are outside of yesterday's range. That's yesterday's range there. We are below this point of control. It is looking good for a short, I must say. Cumulative delta has now just changed direction as well. And that's now going with price. We'll keep an eye on that as well. We are getting a lot of aggressive selling right now, and maybe the buyers might be absorbing that. So although we are at this point, psychological number 6,800 is just below, so that could be a target if we are short. So let's go back into the main chart. Breaking bar, almost equal volume with a minute and a half to go. So this is going to be a breaking bar, but only if we remain below. So it opened above. If it closes below the opening range on this increased volume. Nasdaq is not quite. In fact, trading view volume is slightly different. Let me just show you. Still have a minute to think about it. So look at this. This is trading view volume. We've got reducing volume here, whereas on NinjaTrader it's equal volume. Equal volume here. So Nasdaq is likely going to break the previous candle's volume. But what I like to see is more volume from red candles than green candles. And we're not quite there. So this is going to be a matter of other confirmation. So are we with the trend? We are. Are we at an hourly level? We are. That's a 1 point against it, at a bounce point. Unless we take that level out, which we might be close to. There is declining volume on the profile, volume profile in that area as well. And this is where we can use footprint charts as confirmation now. So are we seeing signs of buyers coming back in? Not really. We had plus 15 delta, and then a big negative delta, and then a plus 370 delta with no follow through from the buyers. So sellers absorbed all of that. And then we've taken a step down. Look at this. We had a red candle on a positive delta. So all that buying, aggressive buying, but the sellers absorbed it. So now I'm going to put in my order, which I've just been entered. Oh, I've got an old account there. What's that last one? So I'm currently short 2 contracts. So my risk is $200 and my target is $600. These are my targets, 3R and 5R. As I said, it's a ranging day. I'll be looking to get to 2R rather than 3R, but these are just my automatic orders in place. So increase in volume. What did it look like on ES? I meant on the order flow. Yeah, it was increasing volume as well. Sorry, I meant on trading view. So Nasdaq is officially a break-in bar, and Nasdaq's entered by the looks of it, triggered in. ES is not triggered in, so there was a slight delay when it triggers. I got in immediately, but in the algo it does wait a little tiny bit, so obviously it triggered the Nasdaq in. Look at that, it's already gone against us. It's fine, I'm not too worried. You know, it's in my rules. This is my rules. Increase in volume. The only thing I didn't like was that hourly bounce area, potentially. We did break through it though. Let's see what happens. We could also have a break and retest of opening range low as well. So you could look to add up here. Again, you want to see decrease in volume on the green candle before you add, and then increase in volume on the red candle coming back down. So I'm not overly fussed yet. Let's just look at the footprint charts to see anything which makes you want to get out early. No, 8 contracts up there, just 20, 20, 15. There's a few more there, but with no follow through. 2 there. We got negative deltas as well. Not too worried at the moment. Just had a big buyer come in. Make it full screen so we can see what's going on. Okay, so point of control. This is an aligned point of control there. Kind of level with these 2 up here as well. So that's a key area of potential resistance. So like I said, I'm not too fussed at the moment. 1 aggressive buyer there. Basically, I'm looking cumulative delta divergence up here as well. So plus 71 on a red candle. So we know that the sellers absorbed that extra buying pressure. We've got no buyers here as well. Just mainly selling. Again, it's low volume. although we have got some divergences. That divergence we talked about here, price is selling, and then price continued to dip down, price started increasing. That makes it not an A++ setup, because we want delta to be in the same direction as our entry. Again, looking at order flow, looking at the footprint charts. One contract up there, point control near the top. That's our resistance area. 5 just below. Just means that when we were last at that price level, there's only 5 aggressive buyers. You know, it's just been taken out now. So we want to see some more aggressive selling coming in down here in the bottom right corner on that cumulative delta. Sellers coming in here, not much buying. I'm not a big fan of this price action, to be honest. We can engulf this 5-minute candle. And that's the good thing about using footprints as well. You know, there's no guessing anymore. You know, you're happy to hold it. When you start seeing lack of interest from buyers when you're short, you think to yourself, oh no, I'm in no rush to get out, even when it's coming up here, coming up to the almost 3/4 of an hour stop, you know, to the opening range. This is a break and retest of opening range low actually as well. Me, I'd only take it on the break of that candle. This is basically an GBI, green bar inside. So we want to see a big red candle take out the low of that green candle, and that will give us pretty good confirmation for the short as well. But I've yet to be in green on this trade. I just went straight into drawdown. Literally got toe poked in. I have these order buttons which lets me I put sell on the low. So basically sells on the low of that candle, and it automatically puts a stop on the high of that candle, plus 1 tick. So it's the high of that red candle. That's what I was looking at. Automatically calculates my risk. So basically on my Apex accounts, I risk $200 and I'm aiming to make 3R and 5R. So, and then, no, I'm not a big fan. Now look at the cumulative delta. Big aggressive delta coming in. Aggressive buying. But the seller's absorbing all that buying pressure at the moment. So let's see what happens next. It goes one of 2 ways. Sellers absorb it and then we see continuation back down, or the sellers get exhausted by all this buying pressure. There's a lot of buying pressure here. And then finally it changes direction. And then look at this on the footprints. 2 stacked buying imbalances, but with no follow through. It just literally sold off. So we know that was passive sellers sitting up there, and we just talked about that here, that the sellers absorbing all this buying pressure. So when you see price declining on increase cumulative delta is a sign of aggressive buying. That's buying at market. The passive sellers are just passively waiting for the market to come up into these levels and selling. Almost back at the break-even area now. So let's see if we get a reaction. Look at this. Again, aligned point controls. That's an area of support below. We had buying imbalances coming below as well. Could be a sign to get out. More buying imbalances there with follow through this time. I'm hoping we're just putting in a bit of a bear flag. We start seeing something like that set up. Holding that downtrend, and we just break down below that area there. Buyers are present at the top on the ask. Cumulative delta is still showing aggressive buyers coming in, but the sellers are still absorbing all of this. We can see that. Look at the negative delta. We've got big positive deltas here, and then we lack the follow through, and then lots of negative deltas coming in. Back down to break even again. Is that bear flag selling off? What's Nasdaq doing? Kind of the same. Showing a little bit more strength than ES right now. Not seeing any green. There's a first green, $5. Yay. So the first green we've seen on this trade since we've been in it, almost 15 minutes, 10 minutes. We've broken the low of that previous low from the 21st of Jan. Let's go and have a look and see what targets we're watching. Obviously we've got 6,800 below, so potentially that's a target. Remember I said I've only got 2 contracts because that's all I could get with my $200 risk. I'm sure I said it for bigger risk. I'm sure it's set to 300. Let me just double check. And what was the candle size? 36 down to 10. Key levels, large orders, and where is it? It is. It's a strategy, isn't it? There you go. Yeah, max loss $200. I'm sure I changed that. $200. That's fine. So basically, it's $20 risk. Is 2 contracts. That's exactly it. So risk management. That's why you honor. That's why I like these buttons. It honors my risk management. It calculates my contract size. You know, I would have got in and thought, oh yeah, it's about 5 contracts short, and I would have been oversized it by double. I've been a $450, $500 risk, then that would have been. With the Apex accounts, it's slow and steady. I've tried using big position sizes. I've passed plenty of accounts, and then blew plenty of PA accounts because I'm using big size, and it's a trailing drawdown you've got to be wary of. So you want to, when you start making bigger profits, you need to trail out quicker. And again, I said earlier, I'm not a very good scalper, which I've been working on this year, and so I've been holding even on the big positions, and watching it live trailing drawdown is, I think, it's not as good as a daily trailing drawdown. Daily trailing drawdown, it calculates at the end of the day, no matter if you go green or red. Live one, it calculates it live. So if I go green by $1,000 and then go red by $1,000, my trailing drawdown moves by $1,000. Whereas on Top Step, for example, I can go green by 1,000, red by 1,000, and my trailing drawdown's the same at the end of the day. Gives you a few extra bullets, basically. But then Apex is great because you can trade 20 accounts at the same time, so long as you understand the trailing drawdown, which has taken me a few years to really get it nailed. Still not liking the price action. I do like the fact we've got increasing volume on red candles, increasing volume on red candles. We had that big green candle and relatively high volume as well. Just want to see if something happens. Barely gone. What was that? Not even 0.1 of an R. So it's been a tough trade. Just hasn't got the follow through we wanted from the outset. But you know, it is what it is. I might just leave it, let it run. So I might even just do that. I just leave it now. Might come back later. That's my stop. My stop's in place. 68.36.50. I've got a 3R target. Might be a bit optimistic on a ranging market, but realistically, I'm looking at 2R. I'll watch 6,800. If we get to that point, might take one off, and if we close below it again, I might add it back in again. But at the moment, I'm not feeling it. We do have some divergences here. We do have point of control at the high. It looks like a top there. I do like this here. Only a few orders, few aggressive buyers down at 68.16 area. We've got a point of control, a line point of control, so that can act as resistance, which it has acted as a resistance because look at the next candle, came down, came in, lost that level with just one contract and sold off. So again, using footprints gives you confirmation to stay in a trade, as we got here. My kids are coming in from school now, so this is the time I like to come offline. I'm going to leave this trade running. $50 up, yay. That's on all my accounts though, so it's 50 times. I think I've got about 15 accounts active at the moment, including my paid accounts. So, like I said, $100 account on 20 accounts on 250 trading days a year. That's $500,000. You don't need much on Apex with your 20 accounts if you spread your risk out. And that's why I'm pushing hard on Apex. Top Stick's great, but you only trade 5 at a time. Apex, 20 at a time. That's the game-changing money. I think their deal ends today, actually. So if you are looking to get some Apex accounts, today's a good time to top up. 90% off. Pretty sure it said on their website, ends today. Apex traderfunding.com. They did have a sale. The sale's not even listed on their website now. But I'm pretty sure it ends the end of today. So just bear that in mind. You did that, did you?
Yeah.
It's my son.
Yeah.
That's really good. That's what we made at school. How cool is that? Well done. That's cool, isn't it?
Sorry.
That's all right, don't be sorry. My son's going to school. He's proud to show me his cup he's made. Huh. Yeah. I'll pass the comments on. He didn't realise I was live. He's a bit embarrassed. Because usually I go offline before they come home. But I thought I'm just waiting to see what happens to this trade. You know, it's going in the right direction now. We looked at the footprint charts. They were going in the right direction as well. So that's why it's great. The only thing I don't like about it at the moment is this cumulative delta. We're not putting any new highs now. Let me just flick over to the cumulative delta screen before I go. Oh, hang on, we were on that screen. Sorry, yep. Okay, so we're not putting in any new highs down here, bottom right corner, which at the moment is a good thing. So potentially we want to see it break that, you know, just like a footprint chart, just like a candlestick chart, we want to see it break that trend. But it's still holding, you know, we're getting aggressive buying coming in while the seller's absorbing. So looking at the footprint, we've only got 2 aggressive buyers there, only 3 there. It's just taken that level out. Kind of still just about in the green for this trade. So this is my trade here. My entry was the break of that candle, this red candle. This is the opening range candle. My stop is up here, 63.36. So I'm sorry, 68.36. Entry was at 68.10, and we're just literally up by 4 points. Been a tough one, you know, just want to see it go straight away. Starting to see declining volume now, so maybe start looking to come out of trades. Let's just see how we go in the next few minutes. Cumulative delta, I'd like to see some aggressive sellers come into the market. At the moment, it's just passive sellers holding it. Right, here we go. Maybe this is a sign we were talking about. If we were going to get out, now is the time to get out. Looking at footprint charts, lots of point of controls in this area. We've got an aligned point of control there. Three sellers down there, only 14 down there, 3 there. Do you know what? I might even just come out break even and just say, job done. Let's just start trailing pivot so I don't take a full loss. Where to put my pivot? That pullback there. It's a little bit closer. Another line point control there. Aggressive binds coming in as well. You know, we've had a big move down as well, and we're coming into that hourly point. Hopefully I'm not talking myself out of this trade. declining volume on the red, increasing cumulative delta, looking pretty strong. Now we're seeing price breaking trend. So potentially this is the out, at break even. I'm just waiting for the close of this 5 minute, 1 minute. Then I'm going to decide to stay in or not. But if you look at the cumulative delta, showing massive strength now all along here. And that's our trend line. We weren't able to follow through. Okay, so I've just trailed that last pullback area, last green candle. Let's look at footprints to see if there's anything to hold us in. As you could say, argue and say this is a red flag, big positive delta, no follow through, and a buying imbalance at the top. Just 22 orders on that last one as well, but it's not good enough on its own. We get some big aggressive buyers coming in now. The sellers could passively defend this area as well. We can see on here some big orders being absorbed. So that's what those red lines are. That's MES orders over 200 basically. Again, lack of interest from buyers. So it's a funny one at the moment. Okay, well I'm going to leave it to it. I'm going to let it run over. I want to get to 1R, then I want to take something off. 6,800, came close to it. It's a psychological number as well. We hadn't quite got down to that yet, so maybe we can hold on, see if the market's drawn down to 6,800. There's no large orders on ES sitting anywhere below. Nothing over 200, put it that way. I'm going to call it. I'm going to go say hello to my kids properly. And I will be back tomorrow at 9 AM. So a quick scalp on NASDAQ earlier, netted me about $400. My NASDAQ. I just went short coming off of that with the trend basically. I'm trying to only go with trades with the trend. So we've got this trend line here. And as it pulled into that area, I took a quick short. I did take a couple little tiny stops trying to find that entry before it sold off. So that was a good play. Obviously, I was keeping an eye on this 2,500 area up here. That's kind of the area I was watching. Below that as resistance. So quick short, $651 on that one. That is just a full disclosure. That's not a real account. That's a combined account on Top Step. That's one I'm trying to build and coming into my stop now, and I'm out. So slightly about less than 1 hour, I think it was, what, 0.75 hours, something like that. My stop would have been up here. That's my stop, 68.36. I'm just trailing it out. And that was the NASDAQ also stopping out. Here we go. So it wasn't just my one. So NASDAQ stopped out. It got triggered in. Just didn't have a follow through. Look at that. Talk about declining volume on red candles. So that's a big sign. And we saw these signs early on in the order flow and on the footprints. So that's the reason why we use these footprints as well, not just for entries, but to determine an exit. And that just helped me gain an early exit. So I didn't take a full loss. It was this area here what did it for me. Lack of follow through, lack of interest from sellers. Okay, so I will be back tomorrow. I appreciate everyone watching. If you have any questions, don't forget to message me here or on the Discord. And Sonny, thanks for the session. You're welcome. And I will see you tomorrow. Okay, trade safe, A+ only, remember. Thanks for watching.